Hello, good morning, ma.
It's muted.
Hello? I'm not seeing myself. I think. To connect the letters, so I tried to.
Yo, what is happening there? Hello? Hello? Is there any
All right,
progress?
thank you very much. Yes, thank you, all participants. We thank you for your patience. Welcome, Professor O. Morani KG. You're welcome, sir. Professor A.M. Junaid, you're welcome. We appreciate you. I want to call on the dean, the dean of School of Environmental Technology in person of Professor R.E. Olagunju for his welcome address.
The Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Minna, ably represented by Professor O.A. Kemiki, the Registrar, the Bossa, the Librarian, keynote and guest speakers, deans, directors, heads of departments present, professors, distinguished colleagues and guests, others, academics and non-academic staff, all conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound gratitude to God that I welcome you all on behalf of staff and students of the School of Environmental Technology to the 4th edition of the School of Environmental International Conference, SETIC2022, the biennial event initially scheduled for April 2022 had to be postponed to date due to the prolonged strike of the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU, which held all our public universities at standstill for over 8 months. This edition is the second of the hybrid form, where participants from the world over had opportunity of sharing their research output within the comfort of their own environment. The conference theme, Sustainable Development and Resilience of the Built Environment in the Era of Pandemic, is intended to give researchers opportunity to share experience on the import of our living environment, on the management of a pandemic with COVID-19 being a study case. A special of the conference is the round table talk, which offers us opportunity as scholars and researchers to brainstorm on the resilience of the built environment in pandemic era, lessons from COVID-19. I appreciate the Vice Chancellor and the management team of the university for continued support and goodwill to the school and affording us the conducive environment for learning and research here in Minna, Niger State. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to specially welcome our keynote stroke guest speakers and the 6 discussants at our roundtable talk. Dr. Ibrahim Idris, Director, Public Health, State Ministry of Health, Niger State, Nigeria. Dr. A.A. Bilawu, lecturer and expert in disaster risk management, Department of Building, Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria. And Dr. Yakub Aminu Dodo, Assistant Professor, Architecture Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, in Najran, that's Saudi Arabia, and the 6th discussant for our round table talk. Professor James O.B. Rochimi, Professor of Construction Economics and Management, School of Built Environment, College of Science, Massey University of New Zealand. Professor O.A. Kemiki, Professor of Estate Management and Valuation, Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria. Dr. Renuka, Thakore, founder, Institute of Global Sustainable Futures, Progress through Partnership, UK. Dr. Gulamon Igano, that's Senior Lecturer, Architecture and Acting Director, Institute of Land, Livelihoods and Housing, Namibia, University of Science and Technology, Namibia. Professor A.J. Babafemi, Associate Professor and Head of Construction Materials and Unit, Stellenbosch University, South Africa. Dr. Yakubu Aminu Dodo, Assistant Professor, Architecture Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Nigeria University, Saudi Arabia, for accepting to share from their knowledge, wealth of experience, and be available to interact with participants on varied issues on sustainable development and resilience of the built environment in the era of pandemic. I'm particularly delighted that despite the long delays at having this conference, we are here today to God's glory. It is hoped that the conference will come up with solutions to enhance national development. As professionals and academics in the field of construction, it is my hope that our deliberations will reflect on issues towards enhancing sustainable living and ways of curbing menace of pandemic in Nigeria and the world at large. As Dean of the School of Environmental Technology, I would like to congratulate the school and the local organizing committee for their tremendous efforts in keeping up the legacy of SETIC at a pace, as a pace setter in conferencing in this environment. The hybrid form has enhanced our reach and networking opportunities. Once again, I'm honored to welcome you to the country, Niger State, the city of Minna, and the university. I wish you all very pleasant and fruitful deliberations. Thank you for coming, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Dean, Professor R.E. Olagunju. I want to call on the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Minna, in person of Professor Farouk Adamu Kuta, ably represented by Professor Kemiki from the Department of Estate Management. Professor Kemiki will be presenting the conference opening speech, and he will declare the conference open.
Thank you very much. Good morning to us all. This is the speech presented by the Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Farouk Adamu Kuta. He would have loved to be here. He believes so much in our school, and he's a believer in our, he's a believer of our conference, and he would have loved to be here personally for some present engagement. And I have his speech here sent to me, so I will read as sent. Can you hear me?
We're hearing you, sir.
Speech presented by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Farouk Adamu Kuta, at the opening ceremony of the 2020 edition of the Biennial School of Environmental International Conference, SETIC2020, holding in Minna, Niger State, on Niger State. Can you hear me now?
It's not here.
All right, I think it's better now. You can still not hear me. Let me come
Okay,
over.
it's coming up now. Okay, you can come here and use it.
Let him use it.
Once again, good morning to us all. Is the audio better now?
Yes.
Okay, this is the speech presented by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Farouk Adamukuta. I had said earlier that I would have loved to be here, but for some present official engagement. The speech presented at the opening ceremony of the 2020 edition of the Biennial School of Environmental International Conference, SETIC2022, holding in Minna, Niger State. The registrar, the bossa, the librarian, keynote and guest speakers, roundtable discussant, deans, director, heads of department present, professors. I can see some former deans of the school, Professor O.O. Mureni KG. I can also cite Professor A.M.G. Knight. It is worthy to note that it was during his tenure as the dean that we had the first edition of this conference. And since then, he has kept faith with this international conference. We want to thank all our professors who have also joined us online for their support. Distinguished colleagues and guests all over the world who have subscribed to this conference. Other academics and non-academic staff, all conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure on behalf of the Governing Council, management, staff, and students of this university to welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Biennial School of Environmental Technology International Conference, SETIC2022, holding by the hybrid version in February 2023. It is of note that despite the challenges posed on the local organizing committee in arriving at a date for the conference due to the prolonged ASU federal government crisis, the conference will further channel our thoughts on sustainable development and resilience of the built environment in the era of pandemic. I welcome especially the keynote and guest speakers, beginning from Dr. Ibrahim Idris, Director of Public Health, State Ministry of Health, Niger State, Nigeria. Dr. A.A. Bilal, lecturer and expert in disaster risk management, Department of Building, Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria. Dr. Yakubu Aminu Dodo, Associate Professor, Architecture Department, Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Nigerian University, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia. And the 6th discussant at the roundtable talk on resilience of the built environment in pandemic areas, lesson from COVID-19. Professor James O.B. Rotimi, Professor of Construction Economics and Management, School of Built Environment, College of Sciences, Massey, University of New Zealand. Professor O.A. Kemiki, Professor of Estate Management and Valuation, Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria. Dr. Renuka Thakore, Founder, Institute for Global Sustainable Futures, Progress through Partnership, UK. Dr. Gulemo Degano, Senior Lecturer, Architecture and Acting Director, Institute of Land, Livelihood and Housing, Namibia, University of Science and Technology, Namibia. Professor A.J. Babafemi, Associate Professor and Head of Construction Materials and Units, Stellenbosch, University, Stellenbosch, South Africa. Dr. Yakubu Aminu Dodo, Associate Professor, Architecture Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Nigeria, University, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia. The theme of this conference, Sustainable Development and Resilience of the Built Environment in the area of pandemic, is of interest to everyone, going by the fact that housing is a necessity, following only after food and clothing. while living in crowded places and poor sanitation is a concern and possible cause of spread of diseases and occurrence of epidemic and pandemic. I sincerely salute the effort of the LOC for bringing together experts in the field from across the globe to share their knowledge and wealth of experience with us on how to handle the challenges in this climate. It is indeed my hope that all participants will have a wonderful time brainstorming on issues surrounding the sub-themes of emerging property management strategy in a pandemic era, modern geospatial tools for epidemiology, architecture, resilience, and healthy building in pandemic era, planning for sustainable, resilient neighborhoods and cities in COVID-19 era, sustainable and resilient cities. Sustainable cost management of built environment projects in the era of COVID-19, well-being and resilience of the built environment. It is my hope that the conference will not only come up with memoranda for policy formulation in urban governance, but also offers ideas on approaches to achieve affordable housing and better living environment. Maintaining the good features of the roundtable talk is commendable. I therefore urge and charge all the conference participants to maximize every opportunity offered by SETIC2022 to network for research and further development in their chosen career through the link up with keynote guest speakers and the discussant brought together by the conference organizer. I want to congratulate especially the Dean of the School of Environmental, Architect Professor R.E. Olagunju, who has maintained the tradition of this international conference over time. In fact, when the VC came on board, we have it on reliable note that the Dean has been on his neck to ensure that we host this 4th edition. And the VC has graciously approved that this 4th edition should be hosted. Thank you, Professor Ariola Guju. Head of department, local organizing committee for putting together a truly international conference with speakers from many nations of the world. Permit me to end this speech by congratulating the LOC and by thanking them for the good work they have done. Wishing you all a pleasant and fruitful deliberation at SETIC 2020. Thank you, Professor Farouk Adamukuta, Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria. The conference is hereby declared open.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you, our able Vice Chancellor. I want to call on the conference, the LOC chairman for his speech.
The Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Minna, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Bursar, the Librarian, keynote and guest speakers, deans, directors, heads of departments present, professors, distinguished colleagues and guests, other academics and non-academic staff, all conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all on behalf of the local organizing committee to the 4th edition of the biennial School of Environmental International Conference, tagged SETIC 2022. The conference, which was earlier scheduled for April 2022, is holding today, the 6th and 7th February 2023, due to the prolonged ASU FGN crisis, which made our public universities in Nigeria to be closed for over 8 months. Our experience in the 3rd edition, held in 2021 after the COVID-19 pandemic, has brought us on new ways of doing things, with the virtual conferencing offering us a wider coverage. It is our hope that SETIC 2022 will be an improvement on the participants' experience of opportunities available for global networking and interaction at conference via the virtual mode of presentation. Nigeria, like other sub-Saharan African countries, have always battled with widespread diseases such as Lassa fever, cholera, Ebola, monkeypox, chickenpox, etc., which often results to epidemics. The COVID-19 pandemic, when it broke out, was of great fear to the entire world, with speculations that it could be worse in Africa due to our poor health facilities and possibly our living conditions. The recent outbreak of diphtheria in Lagos and Kano, as confirmed by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, was reported to have killed 25 persons in Kano State within the short days of noticing it. This according to the These Days newspaper of 22nd January 2023. It was alluded to spread fast among children and people living in crowded areas and places with poor sanitation. One of the measures adopted for control of COVID-19 pandemic was also to avoid crowded places. It is in this light that SETIC2022, SETIC2022 was conceived as an international forum for researchers and professionals in the built environment and allied professions to share notes and experiences on the themes of sustainable development and resilience of the built environment in the era of the pandemic. The roundtable talk in this edition of SETIC2022, with the title on resilience of built environment in pandemic era lessons from COVID-19, will bring together researchers and experts from 6 different countries of the world to talk to us about their experiences at management of COVID-19 pandemic, from which we can deduce measures to ensure the built environment develops a good resilience against spread of diseases and avoid epidemic, and a way to reduce spread and avoid epidemic and pandemic in the future. The conference is a platform where recognized best practices, theories, and concepts are shared and discussed among academics, practitioners, and researchers. This 2022 edition of SETIC leverages on the established hybrid form of conferencing, and we hope to ensure virtual presentation for all, with selected speakers from across the globe available to do justice on the topic of discussion. Distinguished conference participants, permit me to warmly welcome our keynote and guest speakers: Dr. Ibrahim Idris, Director, Public Health State Ministry of Health, Niger State, Nigeria; Dr. A. Bilawu, a lecturer and expert in disaster risk management, Department of Building, Federal University of Technology, Minna; Dr. Yakubu Aminu Dodo, an associate professor, Architectural Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Nigerian University, Nigerian, South Africa, Saudi Arabia. And the six discussants for our roundtable talk on resilience of the built, beginning from Professor O.B. Rotimi, Professor of Construction Economics and Management, School of Built Environment, College of Sciences, Massey University, New Zealand; Professor O. A. Kemiki, a Professor of Estate Management and Valuation, Federal University of Technology, Minna; Dr. Renuka Thakore, Founder, Institute for Global Sustainable Futures, Progress Through Partnership, UK; Dr. Gulemu Deganu, Senior Lecturer, Architecture and the Acting Director, Institute for Land, Livelihood and Housing, Ili, Namibia, University of Science and Technology, Namibia; Professor Adewumi John Babafemi, an Associate Professor and Head of Construction Materials Unit, Stellenbosch University, Stellenbosch, South Africa; and our own Dr. Aminu Dodo, an Assistant Professor, Architecture Engineering Department, Architecture Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Nigerian University, Nigerian, Saudi Arabia. I appreciate you for accepting to share from your knowledge, wealth of experience, and be available to interact with participants on various issues on resilience of the built environment in the pandemic era. As reflected on the conference program, the conference activities will be virtual for all presenters to run in 4 parallel sessions on the Zoom platform, with a total of 68 articles captured in the conference, the 6 sub-themes of the conference, I have no doubt that we are all in for an impactful experience at SETIC 2022 as we brainstorm, exchange ideas, share knowledge, and participate in evolving a more sustainable approach to development and the resilience of the built environment. I implore all to enjoy every moment of the deliberations and ensure we maximize the great opportunity offered by the conference to network for better research and career development as we also make new friends. On behalf of myself and the LOC, I express our appreciation to the Dean, School of Environmental Technology, and the entire staff of the school for giving us the opportunity to steer the ship of SETIC 2022. To the reviewers and various committees that serve the stores, I say thank you for helping us through despite the pressure of work. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Chairman LOC of our dear conference. We appreciate you for your appreciate you. For your speech. Thank you very much. So we'll be going into the breakout rooms now, into the parallel session. It's time for the technical session. We have 4 technical sessions. The first parallel room is titled Emerging Property Management Strategies in a Pandemic Era. We have 5 papers to be presented in that room. Is to be chaired by Professor O.O. Kemiki, and the rapporteur will be Dr. B. Udoekanem. The stream 2, which is the breakout room 2, is titled Modern Geospatial Tools for Epidemiology. And is also having 5 papers there. The third room is titled Architecture, Resilience, and Healthy Buildings in Pandemic Era, while the fourth room is Well-being and Resilience of the Built Environment. You can as well choose any of this room that has your interest. You can if you are online, please, you can actually click on the breakout room. Then you can now go into the room where you desire to be and enjoy the session. Thank you very much. But before then, we'll be having a tea break. So we'll be coming back in 10 minutes into the breakout room. So you can use that same 10 minutes to go into the breakout room. While those of us in the hall here, we will be projecting the room that have more of the participants for us to participate. Thank you very much. I want to also inform us that the keynote speaker will be coming up after the first session of the parallel session. Due to some unforeseen circumstance, he cannot come up at this moment. And also the guest lecturer also will be having a session after the parallel session. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, teacher, how are you doing?
Hello.
That's how I should pay so that
No, but give her. Okay, let me join.
about to join. Use the prayer to double check. Organizing. I want to be Miss. No, I'm Thursday. I present Thursday. No, can you method? Look with me. But I need consider our salary and what you got salary. Okay, that's to do. But now,
Can see these two.
no, I close it here last Tuesday. I close it. I'll close it. I'll send you a reminder later.
Some people
Wants to come here.
want to come in. So it's
I'll get the extension.
the other man from public, he also went to go to this, although the guy went to go to. So it's on his page.
They can come.
They can come.
I have one system, but
I mean, they can present on the system.
okay, I can make data meal.
Oh, data.
Yes.
Emma, wow.
Hello? 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 Good luck, Zilari.
Eh?
Dr. Abbas noticed from 4 a.m.
Me? Are you hearing my voice?
I'm not connected.
What you need now? Abi?
On mute. Àwọn èèyàn ń gbọ́ ní tẹ̀sán. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, yes. Hello?
Hello, everyone. Yes, you can now, the breakout room has been created. We have 4 breakout rooms. So please, you can go into the breakout rooms that is convenient for you and your research interest is based on. We have 4 breakout rooms. The first one is emerging property management, which is more for those that are into estate management, property management, and facility management. Then we have the modern geospatial tools for epidemiology. Those of us in survey, geospatial, you can quickly join into those breakout rooms. I've seen people, they have started joining. You're welcome. Abdullah Danladi, you're welcome to Wellbeing. Wellbeing is for those in building, architecture, and quantity surveying. Those of us in architecture can also join architecture resilience. Yes, Amadou Isiaka, you're welcome. I've seen you join in. So please, we can begin to move into the breakout room so that we can start very soon. Thank you very much.
Doctor, network là. Okay. Dr. Abbas, èwo ni kí n join? Èmi ò mọ̀.
Ẹjọ́ rẹ̀ mọ́ àrùn kéèsì bá wọlé.
Ok, ẹ̀yin lẹ wà bí.
Password, come on. This let me type this thing. Let me type this password. It's at and key, small letter key, to the column $30 shift 4. Now that come a capital letter key. Register from it. Register.
Maka sign in.
I want to register them kuma na. Yasa mutanen nan suke son su ba malami haka. Kai bayan da na gama registration ɗin kenan aka ban sai ka turo mu ID ko dai kun canza na ga 6 ɗin bai kama ya exceed ne
Wancan zero yana nan.
Okay, wannan zero ne to kaji nan suka ce in sa password ko sai na ce ma 8 at ko K30 $30 join meeting. If you have registered for this meeting, join the link in your mail or sign in into the sign in.
It's not allowing me to join.
One M, one. Then 10 is constant. Then those more
Good afternoon. I'm Suleiman Nuruddin Sani. I'm also a presenter. Second paragraph. Thank you.
Hello, brother. Can you enter any of the breakout rooms? Go to more. Are you with me? Suleiman Nuruddin.
Yes, sir.
Go to more.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And click under more. You see something, they write breakout room.
Okay,
Then
sir.
when you click the breakout room, you now go into any of the rooms. People are already presenting, but which of it is your interest? You see that, then you click, it will take you there. This is the general room. We have all left the general hall now. We are in the rooms now. Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Please do that right away. Yeah. You're welcome.
Hello, Adedeji, Zubairu, Nasiru, and Milarag. You are not in any breakout room. I hope everything is fine. Do you need any help in joining the breakout rooms? There are 4 parallel sessions currently going on, and you are not in any of them. Though I'm made to understand now that the modern geospatial tools seems to be through with their presentations, but we still have active presentations going on in emerging property management, in architecture and resilience, and in well-being. So please, you should be part of any of these groups. Those who are members or who joined the modern geospatial tools group, you may want to join any of the other 3 groups, the emerging property management group, the architecture resilience group, and the well-being group. So Adedeji, Adeyemi, and Sebile Wongel, Milag, would you want to join any of this group?
Hello, thank you, Dr. Olibuku Ajayi.
You're welcome, sir.
My room, we lack presenters. We only have 1 presenter who was present. So we have taken his presentation, and since we don't have anyone in the house, I advise they should leave the room and join other sessions so that they can experience the conference. So that is why we're out of the room for now. So maybe if there could be any window for those who have missed, if they come up later, there will be create another opportunity for them to present. I don't know. Like I just saw one of the candidates. He was telling me he was having issues with his registration, that he has been in the secretariat. So perhaps whenever he is done, and if we find out that there are more of them on ground, we can reopen the room for them to present.
Oh, okay, sir. All right,
you,
sir. But there are still 6 people, there are still 6 members in your group. Maybe they are waiting for others who may still want to present.
But obviously none of them has logged on. Even the one I told you, I just saw him. I haven't seen his name on the list, and I didn't see him in the hall. He told me he's just coming from the secretariat, that he had having issues making his payment. So
okay.
So I'm thinking that maybe we should try to find a space for them in the afternoon session.
Okay, we'll look at that, sir.
All right.
We'll look at that. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great time.
Yes, sir. Yes, and you too, sir.
between cold bottom and my ash.
you, everyone. Welcome back. You're welcome back to the main room. I hope you enjoyed your session. If you enjoyed the breakout room sessions, please can you just wave your hand? If you enjoyed, yes. Getinet Melese Dicha.
She's coming from Ethiopia.
Yes, from Ethiopia. I greet you.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Oh, great. Thank you.
We have enjoyed a nice presentation.
Oh, good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So our keynote speaker is already around.
Sir, I have something to say.
Okay, you have something to say?
Yes, I'm here to present, sir.
Yes, after the keynote speaker's presentation, we'll move into another breakout room. So then you will present, sir.
All right, sir. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. So thank you, everyone. I want to invite the keynote speaker. He's Dr. Abbas Liman. Is representing the Director of Public Health, Ministry of Health, Niger State. The Director of Public Health is by name Dr. Idris Ibrahim. So Dr. Abbas Liman, you are welcome. I want you to take over to present the keynote speech. You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. As I've been introduced, my name is Dr. Abbas Liman. I'm representing the Director of Public Health, Niger State Ministry of Health, who is unavoidably absent to deliver the keynote address. The environment, as we all know, is the surroundings people, animals, and others live in. The environment that humans live in is of utmost importance to government as it impacts on the various aspects of our existence, including economic, political, social, etc. The rural-urban migration in this country has led to overcrowding of towns with the creation of slums in suburbs of towns. Some economic activities have deleterious effect on environment in those slums. For instance, bean cake sellers, that's coastal sellers, use polythene bags and table water sachets generated from that fire in the lungs of those who eat that construction are done without proper plans. Those houses will to spread of communicable disease. Recent COVID-19 pandemic. The outbreak of COVID-19 was in China, and it rapidly spread to the continents and countries all over the world. The response to such outbreaks is usually by the Ministry of Health, with the setup of rapid response team at the federal, state, and local government areas. At the state level, there is an already existing Emergency Operations Center, as EOC, with various pillars to respond. One of the pillars is on surveillance that plays the role of detectives of diseases. The head of the surveillance pillar is the Disease Notification Officer, that's DSNO, at the state and local government area. The DSNO at the LG and local government level has informants that at the community level that report rumors of diseases that will be escalated to the state for a swift response. Suspected persons are evacuated from their houses to the treatment centers and quarantine centers, depending upon the assessment done. Response is usually immediate, but in spite of all efforts, sometimes, unfortunately, lives are lost. In the light of the above, a collaboration has been instituted between the relevant ministries, including the Ministry of Health, Environmental Protection Agency, Women Affairs, and others, to search for those issues and activities within the communities with the potential of leading to outbreaks of diseases and stopping them. On this note, I wish you a successful deliberation during the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abbas Liman, the representative of Director of Public Health, Ministry of Health, Niger State. We really appreciate your speech, and I believe all the participants has picked one or two things, and I know we will have questions, right? So, but I want to do two things due to our time, and because we'll still be having the second plenary session. So I want the guest speaker to present. So after his presentation, then we take all the questions together. I know the guest speaker is around, Professor Dodo. Professor Dodo, can you wave your hand so that I can locate where you are there? Can you unmute yourself and speak out, Professor Dodo?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Professor Dodo. Wow, you have a good look there. You're giving us a new look. You're welcome. Yes,
Thank
Professor
you.
Dodo is a lecturer in a university in Saudi Arabia. He has traveled wide. He's a Nigerian, but he was formerly lecturing in Malaysia. He moved to Turkey, and then presently is in Saudi Arabia. So he has a wealth of experience that I know he has there to share with us. So I want to call on Professor Dodo to present his guest speech. And after that, then we ask our various questions. So please pen down your questions, and at the time of question and answer, you can ask your questions, the one relating to the one Dr. Abbas Liman has presented as the keynote speaker, and also the one Professor Dodo will be presenting. Thank you very much. Professor Dodo, your time now. Okay, I think he wants to fix one or two things.
Yes, I want to shut the door down
because I know he rushed in. He was on transit as at the last minute I spoke with him. He rushed down to the office so that he.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Can you permit me to share my slide, or you just run the slide?
Go ahead. Go ahead and share, sir. I think you can share, yes.
Okay, please, can you see my slide?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that brief introduction. I think it tells us. Currently, I'm a lecturer here in NIGER University, located in Saudi Arabia. And my area of specialty is sustainable architecture, precisely green buildings and rating system, as well as daylighting in buildings. So my topic I will be presenting is green buildings and adaptable infrastructures, roles in the response to the pandemic era. My content of presentations follows. I will briefly talk about adaptable infrastructures which buildings are inclusive. I'll talk about green buildings. Then I'll talk of adaptable infrastructures and green buildings they played during the pandemic. Then I'll wrap up. We all know currently we are dealing with multiple intertwined cases. Hello, can I continue? So as I was saying, we are dealing with multiple intertwined crises. The crisis of climate change, the era of COVID-19, which we are still in, we've not gotten out of it, and possibility of the environment, how the environment will relate to this issue, because we have biodiversity loss, rising inequalities. So, if I may start, I would like to just briefly let us know what is responsible for the current crisis. You can see they are like Siamese triplets. One is for climate change. We all know it is our own way of life that has caused the climate change. And if you look at the chart by the right, you will find out that buildings and transportation are responsible for up to 60% of all carbon emission, which indirectly causes climate change. Then come the pandemic. Although during the pandemic, we had this lockdown for over 1 year plus, the CO2 emission was lowered, but the story was still there. So what are the changes COVID-19 pandemic brought to us? The changes are the way we communicate, the way we care for others, the way we educate our children, and the way we work. If you see my topic, you see I'm talking about green buildings and adaptable infrastructure. If you look at what this statement stands for, you find out that 80% of these activities are carried out in a space. It could be a building, another infrastructure. So this current crisis are caused by the way we live, the way we interact. What will happen to the world as we increase the emission more than the CO2 we're talking about? Because currently the Earth is warming. The Earth is at about 1.8 degrees centigrade. We don't want it to get to 2 degrees centigrade, because if it gets to 2 degrees centigrade, it will be disastrous. If we have been following lately what is happening globally in terms of flood, which my next slides will explain, you will find out that honestly, we need to act to find a way of solving the global problem. And some researchers, Fozia et al., 2018, have predicted cost of infrastructural damage due to climate change, which you can see in the next slide.
How are you? I miss you already.
As I was saying, the effect of climate change was observed globally in 2022. In Nigeria, if you remember the flood around in Lokoja, other parts of Nigeria, it was at the scale that we have not seen before. That even is it Jeba Bridge? I'm forgetting it. It should be Jeba Bridge. Is it Jeba Bridge, the one that links Lokoja and Abuja? That bridge, from news, we saw that for days, transporters were stuck because of this effect. If we get to Pakistan, we are very, very, I think they were hit high. Places like New Zealand, globally.
No, that is not correct. See, those headings on your appraiser, send them to me on WhatsApp.
Can
like report rendition?
Can we kindly mute Mr. Frank?
IMPS is.
All right, thank you. It will surprise you that, places like Dubai, UAE, Saudi Arabia, whereby the average rainfall, if we were to calculate rainfall for the whole year, is not less than, experience tremendous flooding. So this tells us that climate change is for real, especially for those proponents who don't believe in climate change. And what are these cases? I tell you, the built environment, you see that it has something to do with urbanization, energy use, introduction to invasive species. All these are divided into 4 aspects: the land use, the climate change itself, nitrogen deposition, and biotic exchange. All these fragments, they constitute to biodiversity loss due to climate change. So that brief introduction of what climate change, global warming is all about leads us to the definition of what is an adaptable infrastructure. An adaptable infrastructure, if we are to define it, we don't merely mean that adaptation can be done to it. The adaptation process must be relatively cheap and easy. For example, if our so-called adaptation process involved demolition and rebuilding 50% of an item, we could, with at least equal honesty, describe our modification as demolition. So when we're talking about adaptation, we are looking about like 20%, 15 to 20% modification. And during the era of pandemic, because it came to us as a sudden, most buildings that were adopted for isolation, for instance, some primary schools, secondary schools. This has to do with retrofitting. Then we have construction during the pandemic, like the Chinese, they were able to raise structures, story buildings in less than a week. So there are two patterns now, either through retrofitting or through the normal construction process. But adaptability of infrastructure can apply to several different aspects of its responsiveness to changing needs. Ideally, we could require a rapid, easy, and cheap way to achieve the following. This is a scarf from Aucham 2017, and the building by my right is the Patch 22 housing and office complex in Amsterdam, and it has been based on the principle of an open building to provide individualized 1- and 2-story dwelling that can also be converted to offices. So the future, at the end of the day, my presentation, you will see that what the role of green buildings and adaptable infrastructure is calling for a reform, new policy in building. You will see that in the subsequent slide. So if we're talking strictly about adaptability, in order to be adaptable, there are some variables you can see in the adaptable, the capacity for a building to accommodate effectively the evolving demands of its context, thus maximizing its value through life. So this, when we're talking about adaptable building, it could be movable, it could be scalable, or it could be convertible, or it could be refitable, it could be versatile, it could be adjustable. If we look at this terminology, you find out they fall in line with the 3 R's of sustainability: reuse, recycle, and reduce. So when we are talking about adaptable buildings, we're looking at buildings that have that capacity to accommodate effectively the evolving demands of its context, thus maximizing the value through life. And still talking about the response to during the pandemic, we find out that some buildings were able to respond well, some buildings were not able to respond well. But in essence, overheating has knocked off the effect. This is a complete blackout and multiple system failure. In the health, you find out that the health sector was overwhelmed. Transportation was affected. Energy as well was affected. For a simple solution of such cause, using just reflective painting to reduce the risk of overheating. So what are the advantages of resilience when we're talking about adaptability in terms of building? To save time and money, this is called either retrofitting, because in retrofitting, it can be as simple as installing heat sensors or painting our roof, roads, railway, white to reflect sunlight. If it is done properly, a white roof can reflect up to 80% of the sun energy compared to just 5 to 10% for a black roof. So when we are talking about adaptability, and when it comes to, when we want to relate it to the pandemic era, you'll find out that three things are involved. It's either we look into the services. The services now refer to transferring of material element, which is services habitability or function of the building. For example, I will show you a building in my few slides that are coming up. You'll find out that a university in Turkey, they just retrofitted the building to be virus-free. So a building could be adaptable just by changing the service system. Another one is, another good example is that during the pandemic, you find out that most buildings introduce a kind of kiosk before you enter their building, because this kiosk is just to attach. So as you come in, you get fumigated before you enter the building. This will reduce the effect of transmission. So the other one is structures, transferring of physical load either vertically or horizontally, directly or indirectly. The other one is spatial, either physical relations, either through constraint boundary or adjacency. Okay, some of the structures in this slide, we see some of the structures that play important role during the pandemic. This is typically in the United States. You find out that the hospital were overwhelmed. So most of the hospitals, they sought to generate useful space for patients, meaning it will be the corridor, those spaces that were not designed for such purposes. And the American Institute of Architects quickly step in to give guidelines, meaning that means if we are to look into this role, towards the end, you find out that the roles are divided into three segments: awareness, technology, and policy. In this context, they give guidelines on how best to retrofit existing space to curb the transfer of this droplets virus. Then some shipping containers were used in such case, and an airport, the new Bala airport, was under renovation. And it was used at the same time for purpose of adaptability. So these are some of the structures here that were adapted. You know, the stadium. You know, huge tent in the stadium. Quick remodeling of container and other spaces. So with that, I briefly bring us to how buildings could be adaptable. Then the next one is green building. What is green building? A green building is that building that will cause less harm to this occupant and will cause less harm to the environment and will keep the occupant safe. Meaning there are two things. A green building serves two things: protect the environment and protect the health of the occupant. And in green building, we have some rating system, and major criteria in this rating system are 5 minimum, some get up to 7. We have number 1, which is energy efficiency. We have indoor environmental quality. In the terms of pandemic, the indoor environmental quality counts because if we see the process, how this coronavirus is being transmitted is via the air. So the green building plays a role, and adaptable build infrastructure is a subset of the green building. Why I started with adaptable infrastructure is because I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not saying we don't have any green buildings in Nigeria. We have some green buildings in Nigeria. 1 or 2 have been rated. Most have not been rated. So what we had during the coronavirus was to adapt the use of some building. Now, I'm talking about green building. Another definition, these are the criteria. There are 5 major criteria. In some rating system, there could be more than that. In another, one rating system is less than that. It's the case of Singapore because they don't consider land. Their land, it's a small nation state, and the land is small. So The issue of sites is not there. So we have indoor air quality, which play the major roles as well as materials, right? So as time passes by, from the onset, you can see the evolution of green building. It goes this way from the focus on environmental impact on construction, which is the green design. It went up to the carbon neutral stage. So these are three routes whereby the virus is spread through aerosols, through droplets, and through contact. And you find out if we are talking about aerosols and droplets, we are talking about indoor air quality. Indoor air quality. Contact, if we're talking about contact, we're talking about space design, space management. Before this pandemic, we've had several epidemic and pandemic. And this first table here from Maruta et al., it shows that infectious disease in 2nd century, what was involved? Aqueduct, water, and sanitation system. And if we're looking at aqueduct, water, and sanitation system, is addressed extensively in one of the criteria of green buildings. In terms of Black Death, what was involved? Large public space, more organized layout. This still talks about building. In terms of cholera, sanitation, which is still a major problem in Nigeria, the defecating in the public. So with the call of green building, with the call of adaptable space, we could provide more toilets. Tuberculosis, it still do have to do with indoor air. So up to the COVID time, we're still talking about ventilation, space, ventilation, space. So the degree of sustainability in terms of environmental sustainability and economic sustainability is categorized either in low, medium, or high. Maruta et al., they still went further to describe how these buildings, how these rating systems, sustainable rating systems, evolve and how they were able to curtail the spread of the virus. You see, in the well rating system, we have air, water quality management, cleaning, sanitation, stakeholder engagement and communication. This has to do with policy, health service resources, and emergency preparedness. In Fitwell, it only had enhanced indoor environment, encourage behavioral change, and build occupancy. Behavioral change has to do with wash our hand. You see to give 2 distance if you're in a bank or wherever. So these are all encapsulated in green building design rating system. So since the COVID-19 outbreak, buildings have been viewed as a facilitator of disease spread, where the 3 main transmission routes, contact, droplet, aerosols, are more likely to happen in the built environment. However, with proper policies and measures in place, building can be better prepared for a reoccupancy and beyond. If spaces are resilient, their level of sustainability increases and their futures are expected to become part of the state of the art in the future, such as the strategy adopted in modern buildings that were originally introduced in response to infectious disease of the past. This chunk of this work is from Maruta et al. So still talking about green buildings, you'll find out some of the major benefit is that there's the reduction in energy use, CO2 emission, waste use, and solid waste reduction. And if you can check, all these are indirectly related to COVID-19. So it brings us to the roles that adaptable infrastructures and green buildings in responses to the pandemic. Let's see how. At first, we have to look at the model of form. If we're talking about sustainability, and which was defined by the then Norwegian Prime Minister, and when she defined sustainability as the ability for me and you to use our infrastructure in such a way that we use them in such a way that we will make this our resources, use them in a way that we don't overuse. That means the LCM is we should reduce waste the way we use our resources. And this was translated into the 17 goals of sustainability with climate action at number 13. And for your information, if we are looking at how the UN have come up with this, you'll find out that in my next slide that about 10 of these rating systems are directly related to building. Directly related to building. And green buildings can be used in the third sustainable development goal. Green building can improve people's health and well-being. You see, it's directly related to COVID-19. Green building can also use renewable energy becoming cheaper to run. We are talking about sustainability. We want to do green building infrastructure, create jobs, and boost the economy. If you look at statistics, you will find out that a lot of people lost their job during the pandemic. A lot of jobs were lost. So, and with green building, we can design and spur innovation and contribute to the climate resistant infrastructure. And this criteria is something I pledge that I hope we could adopt in Nigeria, because we need to come up with an innovative way. For example, I will set an example. This might go off the line of buildings. We have to wait for other countries to produce vaccine for us. I know it's a rigorous way, but if we go into innovation and contribution and fund research, fund our scientists, I will tell you, we can produce our vaccine. Green buildings are the fabric of sustainable community and city. Green buildings use circular principle where resources aren't wasted. Green buildings produce fewer emissions, helps to combat climate change. And green buildings can improve biodiversity, save water, resources, and help protect the forest. And green buildings, through green buildings, we can create strong global partnership. You find out that the role green buildings have played during the pandemic, 10 out of the 17 goals belongs to building. We're still talking about potential measure for reducing COVID-19 transmission, looking at green buildings and adaptable infrastructure. You find out in terms of structure, you find out that when you have a very well designed building, will reduce vulnerability of earthquake. If you have been watching the news since morning, you will find out that there's this earthquake that occurred in Turkey. What happened is that most of the building that collapsed, they did not comply with the code, with the seismic code. Those buildings that were standing, they comply with the seismic code. So the shell at the same time, although there's no evidence of the effect of sunlight on coronavirus, but some viruses such as influenza are sensitive to sunlight. But some of the research, or if you go back to history, during the first wave of influenza and other viruses, people have to use sunlight and people go and get vitamin D. But indirectly, I'm not a medical expert. We could make the, if you know anybody that had corona, you'll find out that they must take vitamin D. And vitamin D is gotten from the sun. Likewise, interior construction, avoid using your hands to open the doors, reduce the possibility of spreading SARS coronavirus and other viruses. But in this case, in interior construction, there are a lot of things that could happen in the innovative aspect of green buildings. You could design buildings that will self-clean themselves. The handle could self-clean after every, maybe you set up after every 1 hour or after every uses. So this is where green building comes into play. Still talking about conveying people, the staircase, the parts that convey a lot of people, you know, circulation area. There's this if you have this green buildings, there's reduction in risk of infection, which could create problem in emergency. Water system as well, and HVAC, that is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. This is directly linked to the airborne, because when we're talking about airborne, and we're talking about HVAC, especially when they use them in hospital, hotels, and the like. So It takes us to building division, equipment. All this era, Maruta et al. Have broken down this system in such a way that you find out that they are directly related. I will share some materials with you. I will share with the organizers in case you want to go further into the my presentation, my source of material. You find out that there's this potential that green buildings reduce transmission or reduce the transmission of the coronavirus. This is a typical example of a retrofitted building. It is the Turkey first virus-free university campus. All they need to introduce is their retrofitting. You don't have to have a new one. This is what is one example of adaptability via retrofitting. You see this blue UV Spectra. It is this gadget that is equipped with the ultraviolet UVC ray, and technology opened its door to a student, leaving the pandemic behind the fence, meaning we have to move on. It's known as a germicide. The radiation has been utilized for decades as a disinfectant to reduce the spread of bacteria. Reportedly, when the surface are exposed to the ray above a certain dose, the virus are eliminated and provide nearly 100% safety for all students and employees. This is a typical example of a retrofitted building when it comes to how green buildings were able to cope with the virus. So what is the future? Before now, I've spoken about how we get ourselves into this. It's me and you. We are the cause of the climate change. And when climate change, we had another crisis, which is the coronavirus. So we see we are dealing with many crises. But what is the future? The future is action. Work on. We have to work together. If you see during the coronavirus, people were working from home. People were co-sharing spaces. So the action is that we have to come together, possible as a group organization, engage and see how we can solve the problem of pandemic, biodiversity, and climate change. But how? The key dimension on how we can move forward is the well-being and inclusiveness. What are they? Aligned with net zero greenhouse gases, which at the peak is, if you see the slide I showed from the outset, green building design, at the peak is the net zero greenhouse gases emission. Strengthening climate resilience, reducing biodiversity, innovation, building on behavior, improving supply chain resilience, and circularity. This action encapsulated in the global goal, Climate Action 13. We need to invest in green infrastructure. As I'm concluding, I'm going to stress we need to invest in green infrastructure. One, high level of green terrace, building using less energy, habitat creation, sustainable drainage, green corridor, permeable surfaces, green roof and terraces. Green roof helps to insulate the building. Green walls, trees provide windbreaker. We have urban wetland in case of flooding. So if we invest in green infrastructure, definitely we will reduce, we will not take care of the problem in total, but we will reduce the effect. So in a nutshell, investing in green infrastructure, especially building, there are things that we have to look at. Number one, clean and disinfectant protocol. It could be manual, it could be digital. Just like what we saw with the university in Turkey, it's digitalized. We have to continue to clean. I tell you, my sister is a professor of microbiology. For over 20 years, she keeps telling me, clean your hand. I didn't understand until when Corona came. Microbiology will tell you to clean your hand. We didn't understand until when Corona came. The next one is office reoccupancy plan. We have to think about how we can have recursive plans that address proper physical distancing and ongoing, whatever implementation. The real-time data insight. When you have the real data insight, we will curtail the corona. What happened was started in Beijing. One person went, one person like that. But if we have innovative system in place, for example, if most public buildings have this system, what system? A system that tells that this person is having, there's a way that the system can detect that this person has a very high temperature. We can reduce on that. The other one is to look into indoor air quality and HVAC system in the building. So, in conclusion, but before I conclude, I would like to tell us something that green building, green infrastructure is more expensive than the conventional building. What is the percentage? Between 2 to 5%. But there is return on investment. Mostly after 10 years, you get back your investment. So at this junction, I will quote from Ivan Harbour, he's an architect and partner at Rogers Stake, Harbour and partner. The pandemic reinforced what we already always thought architecture should be about: providing inspirational spaces that is safe, but also crucially healthy for those that use it. I repeat, the pandemic reinforces what we already always thought architecture should be about: providing inspirational space that is safe, but also crucially healthy for those that use it. And these researchers, to protest this statement, Young 2010, Ellen Shepard et al. 2015, it is widely acknowledged that resilience is generally advanced in institutional terms each time that a government or a community has experience with a disaster. There is always something to the learn. We have to learn to move on. We have to learn to be sustainable. And these are some of my references. With this, I've come to the end of my presentation. And I will say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for our presenter? This is a very wonderful one. So now I want to give room for questions so that our speakers can respond. So I'm giving room. If you have questions, please, can you just quickly signify so that I can give us a number so that question will not be giving rise to another question. Okay, sir. Okay. Okay.
If nobody's asking, I would like to ask the audience question.
Yeah.
I don't believe you understood all I have said 100%. If you ask me, I don't know. I will ask I have senior colleagues here that can help us. I've been out of Nigeria. About you want to say something?
Dr. Hello, Dr. Dodo, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I want to commend your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I want to commend your presentation, and I want to say it was a very loaded one. I perceive, because you have traveled to many places, you were giving us many languages at the same time. And it was giving us some challenges following up with you. But I want to say you actually took us around the challenge of the pandemic and, of course, the relationship the construction activities could. The only area I was looking out for was how can the built environment be made resilient to a pandemic? Because COVID had come, it has gone. I was looking for what could be our way forward due to our activities, due to our planning, due to our living environment that could reduce emergence of epidemic or pandemic, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. I hope you are with me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the only thing I think I would love you to probably talk to us more about. Possibly, if we don't have time today, you are in the roundtable talk tomorrow.
I can quickly say something, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, number one, you find out that both the pandemic and climate change, it has to do with our behavior.
Hello?
It's on, it's on.
We cannot
Hello.
hear him at all.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
You're hearing me.
You find out that everything.
Yes, so can I hear him?
Everything has to do with behavior, our behavior. Everything has to do with our behavior. So number one is that we have to talk to ourselves. We have to, when I say our behavior, some people are aware, some people are not aware. So my answer is in threefold. Number one is awareness. We have to create serious awareness about climate change, future occurrence of the pandemic, because another one will come. If you check history, it has been there. Already prediction is there. And we are still in the COVID era. It's not off. So we have to educate ourselves. We have to create awareness. Number two, we have to adapt to technology. How do we do this? How do we adapt to technology? Is by, it has to do with the third one, policy. The government has to play a big role by funding R&D. The government has to play a big role by funding R&D so that our researchers in the built environment who come up with various solutions in terms of long-term, short-term, you name it. So the three, number one is behavioral. You know that I will tell you a simple thing. Still, we have rating system, but even we place this rating system on green buildings, it is the human that still uses this system. For example, I'm a Muslim, I just want to give an example. We know that we should not waste water, but some people, when it comes to perform ablution, they open all the water. Some people, when they are bathing, they open all the shower. So how can technology take care of that? By introducing sensors, so that the amount of water, already there are some buildings that already have sensor. When some of the amount of water, if you just give you this data, that require amount of water you need. So we might discuss further tomorrow, but the answer is by, number one, creating more awareness among the populace on this issue. Number two is technology. As you can find out that we are not in the high-tech side. High technology is expensive. The government have to fund research so that we can have low-tech solution to this problem. Then last one, these two solutions, if the government did not support, we cannot do anything. That's where the policy comes into play. I'll give you an example. When I started my PhD in Malaysia in 2010, they had only 3 green buildings. But by the time I was finished in 2014, they have over 200. Government policy. Any new construction above 50 million must be a green building. Simple policy. If you want to build, we will not approve, make it green. So it has to do with creating awareness among ourselves, more awareness, government creating awareness, both in all languages about sustainability and climate change and pandemic. Then how do we go about having this technology? Technology, we don't have that technology. We have to wait for the West. So we have to fund our R&D. But R&D cannot happen when our budget is around 5% for education. Thank you. I hope maybe some of my senior colleagues in the house can help me. But this is based on my knowledge.
Thank you very much, sir. Our keynote speaker have a contribution, so let me give him room to add something to what you just said. in person of Dr. Abbas Liman. So you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, man, network. Okay, kake ma using nashi. Kada kake using nashi kake receive call. Oh, you should.
You are muted. You need to unmute so that we can hear you, sir.
Sorry, the keynote speaker is muted. Dr. Ezekiel, the keynote speaker is muted. Please tell him to unmute himself.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make a few contributions to what Dr. Dodo has said, and in line with the keynote address I read out earlier. I said the government can look out to create economic activities in the rural areas to reduce migration to towns. And this will in turn reduce overcrowding in those towns. And that those activities that will reduce the migration of people from the rural areas to the towns, so as in turn reduce the overcrowding in towns and creation of slums where diseases are easily transmissible from person to person. And in addition to that, the Environment Ministry will have to ensure that they play a role in building constructions so that houses can be well ventilated while being at the time when they are being constructed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abbas Liman, for that wonderful contribution. I have noticed the hand of Abdul Wasil Jegede up. Seems you have a question, right? That's why you raised up your hand. Abdul Wasil Jegede.
Yes, I have a question.
Can you go ahead with your question?
Okay.
And mention your name, introduce yourself, and let's know who you're directing the question to. Either Professor Dodo or Dr. Abbas Liman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Abdul Wasil Jagede, a civil engineer by profession. So I'm directing the question to Doctor. Wonderful presentation. My question is, what is the role of the employee? How can we employ traditional materials, locally available materials, towards building green buildings? So if you look at it, a lot of our people live in rural areas. A substantial majority of Nigerians are in the rural areas. And we have a lot of these raw materials like earth that can build environmentally sustainable houses. What is the role in engineers, builders, and architects working and researching on those indigenous material for green building, especially in Nigeria and other third world countries? Thank you.
Okay, share screen.
Sorry, I was offline for the time being. I don't know. That question was for me.
I can repeat the question.
That question is meant for you.
Yes.
Okay, please, can you repeat the question?
All right.
Thank you.
Please repeat the question since they went offline. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Abdul Wasil Jagede, and wonderful presentation, Doctor. My question is, what can engineers, builders, and architects do in working with locally available raw materials for construction, for sustainable and green building in Nigeria, considering the fact that the majority of the Nigerian population live in rural areas and we are relatively a developing country. So I've worked on materials like mud before, which is earth. So how can we use earth to build environmentally friendly and energy green building? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a very sweet one. Do you know, I will share with Dr. Ezekiel later.
Okay, sir.
To see building 200 years old mud, 4-story building. That shows you there's something about materials. Are you aware of CPDI? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you. Can hear you.
Yes. Are you aware of CPDI? So the thing is, it has to do with, it falls down to 3 things. Collaboration. We have a lot of Nigerians out there in different universities doing well. The Nigerian government have to find a way in tapping from their wealth of experience. We have to do heavily collaboration. Even the advanced university, they collaborate. We have to collaborate to tap from other people's technology to build ours. That is number one. The technology is via collaboration. And in order to collaborate, we still have to do with policy. The biggest problem is policy. I will tell you, when I finished my PhD, I started working in UTM. My first month, I was given 2 million naira. It's a compulsory amount. You must do research. As a fresh doctor in 2015, I was given 2 million naira equivalent to do research. We don't do research. And even if we do research, it's kept in the cupboard of the books. I mean, cupboard books the cupboard where we keep our books. So the thing is that we have to have serious R&D, research and development. And how can we do that? The government have to invest. The government have to allocate up to 30% of its budget on R&D. Then we need to collaborate. In order to do this, 3 things come into play. We need to create awareness. Number 2, we need to look into low tech. How can we get our technology? Low tech and collaboration. Most of these technologies that are applicable over there are applicable in Nigeria. When I was in secondary school, I think when I was in first year architecture, ABU, there is this company that normally come to trade fair in Kaduna. They call them Bolin. I don't know if people, some of us here that know them. Bolin Construction. Their office is around the Command Junction in Kaduna. They make earth bricks with just 5% of cement as stabilizer. So we see, this is low tech. So if we create awareness, 1, look into R&D and collaboration. The next thing is the government need to support. If you don't support, no matter what idea you have, and you don't get support, the idea will just die. I hope I must have answered based on my knowledge. Based on my knowledge, this is what I feel should be done. It has to do with awareness.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Very
Okay.
thank you.
But we can discuss further. You see, let's not take time. I have a chunk of information for you. I teach in CPDI. I teach sustainability in Afrocentric architecture. We're looking at how we can transform our traditional architecture into the movement has been honed by one Madili from US. We're looking at how we can transform our own African traditional architecture into sustainability, into a sustainable one. So the course I teach there is sustainability in Afrocentric architecture. So if you take I will discuss further with you, and we will discuss.
I will reach out, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. I have.
Thank you very much.
I have something to say.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hello.
I'm here to present, sir.
Pardon?
I'm
You
yet
want to present? Please let them present. We'll continue our discussion tomorrow. Somebody want to present?
So please, thank you very much, Dr. we are going to para session. We are not in presentation session for now. So we are rounding up this session where the keynote speaker and the guest speaker just delivered their lecture. And that's why we had the presentation session. And all these things are planned and they are structured. You will not just come and say you want to present, and we just allow you to come up. So please follow our table, please. Thank you very much.
I'm in the one that just concluded now. I'm supposed to be here now, sir, according to the timetable, sir.
We are sorry, please. We'll address your case. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dodo, for that wonderful session. Dr. Lawi raised up his hand. Please be patient. By tomorrow, we will be able to answer your question. And the other doctor from Ethiopia, please, we'll be having a roundtable discussion. More of this will be discussed by tomorrow. Dr. Dodo will be part of the panelists, so you can, of course, bring up your question. We want to appreciate you, Dr. Abbas Liman, for your presence and for your time, for your sacrifice, and for the wonderful speech you delivered. Dr. Dodo, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. We will all be breaking into the breakout rooms now to continue our breakout session. So the technical session will continue immediately when we get to the breakout room. Thank you very much. Dr. Dodo also is presenting a paper in one of the breakout rooms. You can meet him up there and have a much more heart-throbbing session with him. Thank you very much. We appreciate. We can now move to our breakout rooms. Just press breakout room. Then there you can go to whichever room that you prefer. We have 4 breakout rooms there. We have the emergency property management. We have the modern geospatial tools for epistemology. We have the architecture and resilience and the well-being. So moving to your breakout rooms, the chairs and the rapporteur are there waiting for you to lead you through the breakout room. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ezekiel, well done. You muted. You are muted.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate your time, and we know it's a sacrifice. Rushing back to office to do this. It's a wonderful.
Yeah, because my internet is poor at home. My internet is poor at home.
I'm still muted.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So please, I know you will prefer to be in architecture and resilience, right?
Yeah. Let me be there. But I'm trying to get the breakout. See, I don't forget this thing.
Yes, just underneath, you see breakout rooms. When you click it, it will bring out the 4 rooms.
No, I've not seen breakout rooms yet. Breakout room is where? Is it on more or where? Caption or what? I've not seen it.
There's no breakout rooms here. I'm not seeing any.
Dr. Ezekiel, breakout room is not visible to any, to me and maybe to most of us.
Breakout room is visible from my hand. I hope it's not for the hosts. Dr. Ezekiel, we want to confirm that. Breakout room is visible from here and is just beside show captions before reactions.
We know where breakout room should be, but it's not here for some of us.
Okay, Dr. Ezekiel may want to look at that. Mr. Benga, are you there too to check that?
I can't also see the breakout room.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm in room 4. Here I can see. I don't have to be chair here. I can see Professor Babafemi is around. I can see Fatima Abdullah is in.
We couldn't move to the breakout room. We just stuck here. I
Yeah,
thought
stuck here.
we thought Dr. Ezekiel was helping out. But we can't see the breakout room button.
Okay, he's working on he's working on it. He's working on it.
Okay, sir.
No, they let them tell you, say you know if stand, no matter.
You know what?
Okay.
Not showing different people, but it's sound in different places.
And maybe different stream when you have what. Let's check the names of the authors.
So it's showing just one major name, I think it's right.
This time on this too.
Can see.
Okay.
You can see Benga More indicates inviting you to join. Well-being. What's well-being now?
You see?
So Benga More indicates is inviting you to join well-being. Well-being, is it part of the meeting?
Go enter and join.
Join?
Hello? In a conference, in a chair. Hello?
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 Hello, ma.
Yeah, Adamu.
Yes, ma'am.
I can see it's only me and Dr. Ogunbode that is here.
Okay.
Dr. Ogunbode.
Hello. Yusuf. 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 Hello. 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 Yeah.
Sir, I'm back, sir. Okay. Before the PowerPoint comes out. Okay, sir. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kure Maji Aliu. The topic of this research is microstructure and absorption properties of alkaline surface modified coil biofiber. With my co-authors Olawi BJ, Ogumbode EB, and Ape JA. Introduction. Shelter or housing is one of the major three needs of man. Unmute yourself. Okay.
I've done that for him. Continue.
It's not close.
Okay, you can.
Yeah, it's gone out.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Adam Alim.
You have off your video. You are the same person, Adamu Aliuba.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Adamu Aliu, please be patient.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Can you see? Network is struggling to connect. Yeah. Let's see how this works, how this will end. Ka koma wani waje ne kai? Ta kai ka bar nan? Yanzu? A yi mai? Nan ne shi ne issue.
Straight performance campaign in order to complement the effort of reinforcement and enhance
Wani group ne daban. We are only 5 on this group. I'm okay. I can look at you. Like, no. Peki. Ha? Hı? Sen iptal. Hı? Yapta. Anladın mı? Hı? Ha bunu UTC
Hello? 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 Is anybody here? Hello?
Meet. See the participants, already participants. I see Abasi, Ibrahim, Rashida. What is Raja already? Yes. Mm. Which is the ID something. Mm. So that's sure. This one's blue. This is zoom something. Let's also check the volume of the sample. Okay. The volume is written. Oh. Okay. Okay, this is the volume. Okay. It's okay. We are not seeing the participants. Can we not see them? They might be seeing us. It's something different. Or turn it like this and this. That's fine. That's okay. Let's touch it in this. Because I did have a most it's one challenge. Huh? This one. Okay,
Doctor Tana
I'm hearing some voices now. I think you just have to wait. So
What of this one? Say these settings here. Always show meeting control, meeting topic. Show.
all those things are already set. Let me to press them. The only problem now is just the network.
Network?
Or laptop is generally stronger than phone. The phone processor is not as strong as laptop processor. That's why when we're trying it on my phone, we didn't pick. We just try the laptop. So what your challenge now is try and get a laptop from somebody. Borrow a laptop from them. So we install the Zoom on it for you. And then we use that Zoom for presentation. Then now return the laptop to the person.
Connecting again. You're connecting.
But make sure you charge it before you come. It's coming again. It's network. And again,
this is his work.
Okay, this is the person's work. Man and Sado. Okay, you know this person?
This is like, this one is like, this is not planning.
Okay.
He's not showing.
If you start video, start seeing yourself. See, start seeing yourself.
He's showing back. He's showing back. Is it from the?
It's supposed to be showing your front. It's supposed to be showing front, not back. Showing front.
This is it of the setting. Showing it's a net for camera setting for your phone. Oh, go to camera. To camera and see. Okay. See. Please chair here, please. Camera. Yes, okay. Hello. Anybody? Told you something. Come back to your phone. To that place. Is it showing back? This one. You are not hearing. Yeah. Look.
Yeah.
It has to be going.
What?
It's not.
Huh?
It's not showing.
This one doesn't matter now. This one needs to be the problem because it's low network. Low network is not strong in this area. So tomorrow is laptop you bring. Understand? And when you come with laptop, maybe you just come with money and then maybe just like 500 naira. I'll just buy data and connect to my phone. Present.
With another phone, with another laptop.
It's laptop you bring.
If not because of the light self, would have used a laptop now.
You can use my laptop, but
so if I finish,
if you present with my laptop, I can't present it.
Because of the charge bar.
Yes, because you can see there's no light by this time. So that means you have to come with another laptop that is charged. And then since your phone is blue, I'll use my own phone to connect for you. But you just buy like 500 naira data.
No, I can even buy it for you now.
But don't just bring the money. You understand? Don't just
buy.
Just bring the money. You understand? I'll be the one to buy the data and convert it to the one.
So that means I have to come really early.
It's not by 11.
Where is it? It's not 11 now. It's around 9. You see now?
Okay.
Let me believe,
The one is 11.
11.
The one is from 11:13 to 11:23. The one is from 11:26 11:36. So anything by 10 can be here.
Let me come now.
Okay, 9. 9 is still
Let
okay.
me-
So that
let
in
me-
case of any technicality, difficulties, you can
Let me
take it
come
down.
now.
9 is okay.
So let me leave.
Okay. So it's just the laptop now that is the main thing that you need to find. Just discuss with somebody that you know. You can just bring your laptop. And then don't worry about
only 4 people in the room. Anybody there?
And now we have to we really appreciate your company.
Time but network one break but good afternoon, but afternoon
Even though there are if I'm not a chairman here, I will prefer no one university news. To go there one day around the two of I won't jump for myself. I'm not no, once you can connect, that's why we are doing virtual.
It's okay.
Anywhere you are, I was speaking with
Okay, I think there's a general session here now. Mr. Laide, I think we are together now.
Yes, we are now in general session.
Oh, I was trying to leave the other session and it was telling me that I'm leaving the platform entirely. So I thought we are no longer in breakout sessions again.
Why we pin you there?
So we have been smuggled by force by Dr. Ezekiel. Ezekiel,
because we need to round up this session today, so that we can
offer the Zoom. We'll be starting another Zoom session. So, and we planned for 2 o'clock before now. So extending to 4, at least we have overstayed our
overstretched.
So that's why we welcome you all back to the general room. You're all welcome. I believe we all enjoyed our sessions. It has been interactive, and I know we all have several things to take home. For those of us that were expecting that they will be presenting today that we're unable to present, please let us be on time. 9 o'clock, our 9 o'clock will be 9 o'clock. We didn't start at the appropriate time. That's why we are ending late, and that's why we are not being able to take all our presentations. So please, by tomorrow, we'll be starting with the panel session, where we'll be having the panel discussion. From that point, we'll move into the parallel session. So please prepare yourself, be on time. If we exceed your time, we might find it difficult to come back to you, and we don't want to miss anybody out. So please let us work out everything that will make us to be on time so that we can also end on time. We appreciate your sacrifice, we appreciate your presence. So I want to Dr. Ajayi from Mozambique.
Namibia.
Yes. You're welcome. I think you have one or two to also add. We have one brother also from that's Getinet Melese Dicha from Ethiopia. I believe you had a nice time in this session. All right. Okay. And after Dr. Ajayi's brief contribution, then I will call on the LOC chair, who is in person of Dr. Associate Prof. Dr. DJ Olawi to give us the closing remarks and end the session for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ezekiel. Thank you very much. And very many thanks to our colleagues in Minna, Nigeria. It's been a wonderful day here in Windhoek, Namibia, and it has been a robust day, a very long day. I just want to encourage us again to make it early tomorrow and to remind us that tomorrow is quite pregnant, it's very heavy. We are having a roundtable discussion tomorrow at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. And just a few minutes ago, a reminder has been sent to you by email to see the identity of those who are our discussants for tomorrow. You can see that they are well-experienced researchers. So kindly let's make it tomorrow. There is no African time tomorrow, even though the event is taking place in Africa. So please, as much as possible, we keep the tempo going, and tomorrow morning, right here, 9 a.m. to start the technical sessions, and 10 a.m. to zoom into the roundtable talk. And you can just expect the best tomorrow. Thank you very much. And that will be all from us here in Windhoek. Thank you, and over to you in Minna, Nigeria.
Thank you, Dr. Ajayi. Over to you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gumbodi. I know this conference, SETIC2022, have enough hand when some of us have to retire soon to keep the flag flying. I want to specifically commend the assistance we are getting from Dr. Renuka. Dr. Renuka, you have been wonderful. You were really working at the background. Many people will not even know that you are in this conference. I'm sure we will have opportunity to share your experience more tomorrow. I want to plead with every participant who is here to present. So please keep to the time allotted to them. For those of us that miss our time tomorrow, we'll find a way to get to slot you in. If possible, you can send us a message on the conference email so that we identify you specifically, and we will capture you. I want to congratulate us for having another wonderful conference. And please, tomorrow is the DD day. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.